The Coast are back at home taking on the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds today, Tuesday night, the start of the last week of the first half. I'm Jesse Cook with Joey Miller, and we've got your beach ball pregame report. It's Miami or Long Beach day at the ballpark because there are a lot of films and TV shows that have been shot in Long Beach that take place in Miami.
Yeah.
So out to the 305, Joey, and I think we caught the vibe real well.
You know, right now, I think the heat's picking up. We're starting to feel that Miami heat. I actually brought my fan here, so just to cool us off here. Oh, that feels nice. That nice breeze. We're also getting a little breeze, but I think it's going to be about 80 degrees around first pitch. It was 70 and sunny all of June. We're now heading into July, but right now the story is, when will this team be able to just clinch the playoffs and take a deep breath, head into the second half with a different strategy? Because right now their magic number is 2. After getting only 1 win in Yuba-Sutter, they lost 2 of the 3 games. The first time they've lost back-to-back games in a single series. It's also the first series loss in 9 straight series wins. So right now, they're going to try and pick themselves up. This is a much different Yuba-Sutter team that we remember from the last time they were here at Blair Field just a couple weeks ago. 9 players have been cut, 10 players have been added, and of those 10 players, there are some big power hitters that this Long Beach Coast pitching staff is going to have to get on top of this series.
And the Coast tried out a few different pitching combinations over the past week. We saw Matthew O'Brien earn a start. Gary Grosjean is still working his way back into the starting rotation, but today it's someone who fans know well, Jack Martin, making his 8th appearance of the season. That's more than anyone else in the starting role on this Long Beach roster. Now, moving back to the playoff picture, Joey, you said it. Magic number is 2. That means over the next week, while the first half wraps up, one of 3 things needs to happen for the Long Beach Coast, and it's very likely that all 3 of these things could happen. The Glacier Range Riders, who sit in 3rd place, need to lose 2 games. That would put the Coast in the playoffs. The Range Riders need to lose 1 while the Coast win 1. That could also happen. That would put the Coast in the playoffs. Or Long Beach could do it the old-fashioned way, but probably the most surefire, and just win 2 of the next 6 games to punch their ticket to the postseason in the inaugural campaign for the Long Beach Coast this year, Joey.
Yeah, and we were thinking that it might have happened this weekend had they not gone into it with that Friday night loss. They got themselves into a 10-run deficit. It's only the 2nd time that's ever happened, the biggest deficit that Long Beach Coast have ever had in a singular game. They had a short, miraculous comeback attempt, but they never got there. It was Tristan Wolfe closing the door, as he tends to do in those close games for Yuba-Sutter. But a lot of games this past weekend, the Coast scored 10 or more runs. As a matter of fact, all 3 games. Heading into that series, they were 17-1 in games where the Coast had scored 10 or more runs, and then 2 straight losses, having scored 10 runs. It hurt. Giving up 17 to the Freebirds, that's the most they've given up as well in a singular game. So some things to learn, some adjustments after that travel down from Marysville. They've gotten a little bit of R&R, and now they're back home. They're in their home yard. It's going to be home fans getting ready to hopefully watch them pop the champagne on the field.
And the Coast lose those first 2 games. They're also out hit in those contests, but Sunday they get back in the right column for the H column as well and win the ball game. That comes after a series against the Oakland Ballers to start the week, where the Coast earned the sweep, the 5th of the season. Across that 6-game setup, very few players could match up to Cuba Bess. 3 home runs, and he looked very strong, powering the ball all over the field, some of them over the wall. We caught up with him earlier. Hey, Cuba, 3 home runs over the last week. In Yuba-Sutter, over the weekend series, you go 4 for 14. What's been working so well for you?
Just being on time for the fastball on middle of the plate and not missing it, and recognizing off speed up and still getting my swing off.
You used to play with the high wheelers, now the Freebirds. Is it different for you facing the guys who you were catching?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were calling the pitches for some of these pitchers last season. Now you're at the plate against them. Does it change your approach, knowing what some of these guys have in their arsenal?
No, because a lot of those guys are from a different team last year. I think there was only one pitcher on their staff that was in Yuba last year. So approach doesn't really change according to like the ballpark or anything like that. Just still want to be on time for the fastball, and I know how they're going to try to pitch to me, so it's just not giving in to their plan and sticking to mine.
Playoffs are on everybody's mind right now. With a win tonight and a Glacier loss, you guys can clinch tonight, or 2 wins this series or across the week. You can clinch a playoff spot at the end of the first half. What does that mean to you?
It's exciting. This was, a goal for a lot of us coming in. We knew that we had a pretty good team coming in here, and we wanted, to make a statement, especially being, a new team in the Pioneer League. So, we're, obviously the train doesn't stop there. We want to keep rolling after these 2 wins.
It's got to be a load off your mind, though, right? You can relax a little bit during the second half. If you clinch the playoffs in the first half, you know that you're bound for the postseason after that, right?
Yeah. I would say that, maybe not a ton of pressure would be there. We still want to go out and play good baseball, and, we don't want to, give up, anything, give up any games. We still want to go out there, foot on the gas.
And tonight at the ballpark, Long Beach or Miami night, celebrating a lot of the films that are set in Miami that have actually been shot here in Long Beach. I think we talked about a moment ago, CSI Miami was shot here. I know Dexter. How cool is it to you to be driving down, say, Anaheim Street and know that you're a part of film history?
Yeah, it's definitely cool. You don't really think about, that kind of stuff, when you're seeing those kind of TV shows. So just to know it's like, oh yeah, this actually, looks like something from a movie, and, to learn that it actually is pretty cool.
And it's not Miami, but, Moneyball had a couple scenes shot here at Blair Field. How cool is that?
Yeah, I actually didn't know that. So, that's definitely an interesting fact. But yeah, Moneyball is a good movie, and, this is a great park and a great place to be.
All right, thanks, Cuba.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of commonalities between the look of Long Beach and Miami, so some good similarities between the movie and TV show shots. Cuba Bess is well aware of that. Now, the offense over the last 15 games has really taken a jump, especially in high-leverage situations, stranding fewer runners per game, recording a higher batting average when there are runners in scoring position. But the pitching staff can rely upon Jack Martin out of the starting role today. He was rough his last time out, but he did not appear in a game last week. He earned the extended rest. Last time against the Modesto Roadsters, he went just 4 innings, allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. It was the first time where he left the game with 0 strikeouts. But the New Jersey native is also the same pitcher who started the year with 4 appearances where he allowed no more than 3 runs in any of those outings.
Including against the Freebirds prior to that Modesto start, where he went 5 1/3 innings pitched, not allowing a single hit, relying on run support heading into that eventual win for him. He was pulled in that 6th inning. Things started to get out of hand, but still a very strong start for Jack Martin against the Freebirds. But this was the Freebirds the last time we saw them, from that June 19th to June 21st 3-game stint here at Blair Field. This past weekend proves that run support is crucial for the Long Beach Coast and specifically their starters. The initial 2 games where they lost, they didn't really receive much run support in those first 3 innings. On Sunday, it was the complete opposite. And from there, they got their series win. They got their win in the series. They avoided the series sweep against the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. That's going to be the key today. Can the Long Beach offense rally off of whatever Jack Martin can get off of the mound and help him through those first 3 innings?
Well, run support has dipped a little bit for the starting rotation. The Bats started the year for about the first month, recording at least 5.5 runs per game in those few innings where the starter was out there. That's dropped below 5 now to just around 4.9 runs of support per game for the starting rotation. Now, Nathan Hemmerling knows a lot about that as well. He and Jack Martin are tied for the team lead in games started before today's game when Martin goes out there for an 8th time. We saw Hemmerling pitch twice last week, and we talked with the right-hander earlier. Nathan, you made your 7th start on Sunday. You and Jack Martin tied for the team high in that category. He's going for his 8th today. What does it mean to you that manager Troy Percival has trusted you guys out of the gate more than anyone else so far?
I mean, it means a lot. We just get to go out there and do our thing. We got a great defense behind us, great offense, so it just makes pitching a lot easy.
And it's your second time pitching on a team with Troy Percival as the manager. What was it like getting the call from him that he wanted you back?
It was pretty exciting, pretty out of the blue. I mean, I was just chilling in Ohio with my girlfriend, and he called me at like 9 in the morning. So, and he was like, "You want to come out and play in Long Beach for me?" And I was like, "Absolutely."
Yeah, just middle of the off season. You want to come back 2,000 miles to the West Coast and work this thing out for another year?
Yeah, I couldn't say no. I mean, he's a great coach, and when he told me that Jerome Williams was going to be the pitching coach, I had to take the opportunity.
Absolutely. And now you guys have an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot together, either with a win tonight or 2 wins across the week, depending on how things go for Glacier. So how cool is it to have that within reach with the entire second half left to play?
It's pretty cool. I mean, if we do it in the first half, the second half is going to be a lot more relaxing, and we're just going to be able to go out there, grind, compete.
Champagne's going to taste pretty sweet tonight if you guys win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now tonight, Long Beach or Miami Day at the ballpark, celebrating the history of films and TV shows shot here in the LBC. I was wondering, could you tell me which of the following shows that takes place in Miami was actually filmed here in Long Beach? We're going to go with Dexter or CSI Miami.
I'm going to go with CSI Miami.
Would it shock you to know that it's both?
That would shock me, yeah. I didn't know. I didn't even know CSI Miami was filmed here, so.
Well, it's got to be pretty cool here. You're playing at Blair Field, a place that was actually featured in Moneyball, not set in Miami, but that's got baseball history. Now you're driving down 2nd Street or Anaheim. You can look around and know that you're a part of film history. What does that do for you?
I mean, it's pretty exciting, pretty cool. I didn't know any of that information, so, yeah, it's exciting.
Hey, we're learning on the Beach Ball pregame report. All right, thanks, Nathan.
Thank you.
Great talking there with Nathan Hemmerling. He was a little hesitant to speak at first because he said, "I'm not playing today, so I don't know what I can really talk about," but he gave some really thoughtful answers about what it means to be pitching, not just for Troy Percival, not just for someone who has been his coach in the past, but to earn that trust. Yeah, he got one of the questions right about which TV shows were filmed in Long Beach that take place in Miami, but before we got to any of that, he definitely had some very, very thoughtful answers about why it's meaningful to be trusted this way. Just that you have someone who's succeeded and has already proven to you that he cares about you as a person and a ball player, showing that you keep growing in his estimation.
You know, something I really like about Nathan Hemmerling as well is how humble he stays, even in some of his lesser great appearances this year. He's had some fantastic outings. We know the type of strikeout thrower Hemmerling can be. We likely won't see him this series. It's a 3-game series to kick things off here against the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, who the Coast had just seen last weekend, the holiday weekend. We hope that you had a great July 4th and hope that you've gotten all of your fireworks and shenanigans out of the way and getting ready for the final stretch of the first half of the Pioneer League season. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook from the booth. It's Miami or Long Beach Day from the East Coast to the West Coast. NoCal heads down to SoCal in this I-5 matchup that has taken place many times so far this season. Right now, this is their 16th matchup of the season between managers Troy Percival and Frank Gonzalez, who saw a lot of each other in the past couple of years. They're Pioneer League veterans. They're going to see what can make of this prior weekend, what we can make of this prior weekend, because coming into that weekend, the Coast had just swept the Oakland Ballers. They were riding a high after a 14-1 complete game performance from Garrett Van Deventer that sent them on the road to Yuba-Sutter, but they had to leave right after that game. The 8-hour drive up to Modesto, getting there at sometime like 7 or 8 in the morning. So not a lot of turnaround time, which led to their initial loss on Friday, where they got to a 10-run deficit, a 15-5 deficit to the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. That ties for their largest deficit on the season, and despite the comeback effort that involved a lot of crazy things, including a Johnny Pappas mound performance of just 9 pitches, a 1-2-3 inning that led to that late momentum. It was all for naught. Those first 2 games count for the first 2 straight in a singular series that the Coast have lost games. It's one of 2 times this entire season that the Coast have lost back-to-back games. But they picked themselves up in the Sunday match, and like we said in the Beach Ball pregame show, it was the early run support, the 10 runs right off the bat. It's going to be crucial tonight for Jack Martin, who's heading into his 8th start. Another thing to point out that I also mentioned in the pregame show was that despite scoring 10 runs in every single one of the 3 games this past weekend, the Coast lost 2 of them, and it's only happened 3 times this season. The Coast, when they score 10 or more runs, are 18-3. Prior to the weekend, they were 17-1. So very uncanny or very unlikely for the Coast to have put up that many runs and to have given up that many runs. The last time that happened prior to this weekend was May 22nd. That was just the 4th game of the season at Oakland, where they lost 12-11. But that's in the past. This is a new series, and right now there's a new mission tonight. That magic number is at 2. We're going to be updating you the score from the Glacier Range Riders and Ogden Raptors game in Glacier throughout the night to see if the Coast can potentially clinch. But right now, it's on Jack Martin to get things started for the Coast. The Coast still need to win a game, and the Range Riders to lose one if we want to see a postseason clincher tonight. Jack Martin, like we said, heading into his 8th start, his 2nd against the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. And we'll get you this defensive lineup right now. It's going to be Eddie Pelk in left field, Emilio Corona in center, Matthew Bardwell in right. Around the horn in the infield, Dylan Lena at third has been kind of the go-to third baseman. Patrick Roche has been moved over to second base and kind of taken on some new roles. He was the everyday third baseman prior to Dylan Lena. Anthony Mata and Patrick Roche up the middle. Jacob Jablonski still healing up that minor hamstring injury that happened this past weekend. It's nothing serious. He just needs to loosen it up and get right. Cooper Vest will be at first. Johnny Pappas will catch Jack Martin. Now, he's coming off of one of his lesser great performances in Modesto, where he gave up 6 runs in 4 innings pitched. His least amount of the least amount of innings pitched for Jack Martin ties his season low, but also makes a season high of the 6 that he allowed. He's going to try and get back at it against Isaac Nunez, who leads things off for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, and we're just about ready to go here at Blair Field. The first pitch from Jack Martin is over the plate on a fastball at 91 for strike 1. Isaac Nunez, a brand new addition, just flew into town today for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, but if you recall, if you're a Pioneer League fan from prior seasons, as he pokes this one through into left field for a leadoff base hit, starting things strong for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. But he has seen some action in the Pioneer League last year with the Grand Junction Jackalopes. Earlier this year, he was with 2 teams in the Frontier League, the Trois-Rivières Aigle and the New Jersey Jackals. Played 35 games in the Frontier League. Now he's back in the Pio with his former manager. Jordan Donahue will take the plate now. It's a bunch of lefties in this lineup for Frank Gonzalez. Only 3 righties of the 9 tonight, as Donahue shows bunt. He pulls back for ball 1. Runner aboard right away for Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. Martin looks over at Nunez. He is a stolen base threat. He's being held on by Vest. Next pitch, fouled on the third base side over the net. It's a 1-1 count. Jordan Donahue went 2 for 11 in the weekend series. A home run on Friday, one of those 2 hits, but kind of a quiet weekend for that top of the lineup guy for the Freebirds, who are in their teal uniforms with a variety of colors down the sleeve. Another one sent the same way, the third base side, foul again. And a 1-2 count. Last time we saw the Freebirds here, only 3 games here, back in mid-June. They wore the black uniforms with the red back, and let's just say we're very happy to see different uniforms that we can see the numbers a little more clearly this series. There's a throw over to check on Nunez, who's dancing around at first base. That's one thing he was known to do with the Jackalopes, is try to get in the head of the pitcher. He is a very animated middle infielder. He's going to be at second base today. I'll get you through the rest of this lineup here in just a second. But first, the task at hand. The 1-2. This one on the ground, right back to Martin, but he misplays it, and now all he has is a play at first. That's going to be a fielder's choice, advancing Nunez into scoring position for Zach Chamizo, the DH tonight. Following Zach Chamizo, it's going to be Andrew Kirchner, Josh Phillips, Jackson Mayo in that middle part of the lineup. And the lineup ends out with Diego Aragon behind the plate tonight, Devin Dixon at short, and Cam Uran in left field. A couple of new names that we have not seen, or rather we did not see in mid-June. Here is Chamizo for his first plate appearance of this series. He takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Martin stares down the barrel of Pappas's glove, looks back at Nunez at second, and now goes to the plate with the 1-0. Misses just a little outside with that off speed and high. Now a 2-0 count on Chamizo, who went 5 for 12 last series. A home run on both Friday and Saturday night in Marysville. Next pitch fouled back for the first strike of this plate appearance. Chamizo, one of the better RBI producers for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, leads the team with 42. 8 home runs on the season as well. He has a chance to cash in the first run of the game with 1 out and a runner at second. This one on the ground and fouled. Now a 2-2 count. Martin's really been attacking the zone early here. A lot of foul balls, not many called strikes in his first few pitches hurled. Next pitch misses low and inside, brings the count to full. Zach Chamizo from Lincoln, California. Looks on from the left side. No batting gloves as well. This one sent on a line down the right field line, but quickly hooking foul. Got a good piece of that, but he leaned into it, leaned forward, and he stayed back on that 78-mile-per-hour off speed. He might have done some damage with it. Here's the full count once more. It's fouled back again. I think I have to amend my statement. Does he have batting gloves on? No, he doesn't. He has things around his wrist.
Yeah, he's going all old-fashioned there.
Just like Johnny Bench.
Next thing you know, if he ever puts on batting gloves, it'll be the gardener's gloves, the bright yellow ones.
Full count once more, and again fouled off. That is now 8 pitches into this at-bat. Martin trying to win the battle and get something heading his way. No score here in the top of the first. 79 degrees at first pitch. A little bit more heated than the month of June that we had here. Nothing but 70 degrees and sunny most of the time. This one in the air towards shallow left field. Eddie Pelk in on it. He'll fight the sun and make the grab for out number 2. Martin does, in fact, win the battle. But now he has to win the inning and leave that runner stranded at second. Andrew Kirchner was nothing but detrimental for the Long Beach Coast last series. 3 home runs this weekend, including 2 on Sunday. First pitch to Kirchner is fouled into the Coast dugout for strike 1. This is his 7th game played for the Freebirds. He already has 4 home runs to show for it. Half of those games prior against the Coast this past weekend. Next pitch misses outside, evens up the count at 1 apiece, and he's one of those new additions for Frank Gonzalez as he's trying to turn over a new leaf after a bit of a rough start for the Freebirds, who are trying to work their way out of the basement of the Pioneer League standings. Martin looks back twice at Nunez at second. Now fires the pitch low and inside. Misses for ball 2. Since we last saw the Freebirds here at Blair Field, 9 players have been cut. 10 new players have arrived, including Kirchner, who has seemed to be one of the newer stars for the Marysville-based team. There is a beautiful off-speed that finds the zone. A little late movement there. And in the strike zone, it's a 2-2 count now with 2 outs. Martin comes set and fires that 2-2, and Kirchner just gets a piece of it. Stays alive in the count. Kirchner went 8 for 14 this past weekend. 4 hits on Saturday and a total of 12 RBI the series in total. No score and a runner at second here in the top of the first. The 2-2 hits right down Second Street. And Jack Martin evades trouble after the leadoff single, leaves Nunez stranded. No score heading into the bottom of the first. We'll be right back on Home Team Network. A 0 on the board to start the day for Jack Martin, and now his offense will try and get to work for him. Eddie Pelk due up first here, followed by Patrick Roche, Cooper Vest, and Matthew Bardowell. That's the top of this lineup for Troy Percival tonight. Cuba Bass behind Bardowell is the last lefty in the lineup, and then 4 straight righties after him. Eddie Pelk takes the first pitch for ball 1 high. Emilio Corona behind Best, then Lena, Pappas, and Mata. Jacob Jablonski on the mend. He's off the lineup for tonight. There's a called strike 1, evens up the count. Riley Egloff is on the mound for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. We saw him here in the last series as well. This is actually his 4th appearance, his 4th start against the Long Beach Coast. He misses outside, and he works pretty quickly, so let me try and tell you about him as quick as possible. This one on the ground, and a diving stop by Dixon. He gets to his feet. It's not going to be in time. A speedy Pelk there, but does prevent the ball from leaving the infield. A great play there by Dixon. Nevertheless, it's going to be an infield single for Eddie Pelk.
That moves the on-base streak to 43 for him across all 43 games in Long Beach Coast history.
Absolutely unstoppable. Patrick Roche is going to try and work off of that leadoff single. He's got a streak of his own. His past 4 games, he's had at least an RBI in each of them. 7 total in those 4 previous games. First pitch bends low and outside for ball 1. And Kirchner at first base is not really holding on Eddie Pelk. In the outfield for the Freebirds, it's Uran in left, Phillips in center, Mayo, Jackson Mayo in right, a name that we have not seen yet. Next pitch popped up and fouled to the first base side. Now a 1-1 count on Roche. Around the horn in the infield is Donahue at third, Dixon and Nunez up the middle. Nunez played a lot of shortstop last year. Now he's being moved over to the other middle infield position. Andrew Kirchner, as we mentioned, at first base. Diego Aragon is catching Riley Egloff, and now you're all caught up. Quick throw back to first base. Kirchner had to lunge at that one, trying to surprise Eddie Pelk, who dives in head first. And safe. Riley Egloff has thrown 14 innings in his 3 prior starts against the Long Beach Coast, as he gets a fastball in there for strike 2 on Patrick Roche, the 2 spot tonight. In those 3 appearances, 14 innings pitched, he has lost 2 of those 3 games, including the last one that we saw him here at Blair Field. Next pitch, a beautiful off-speed with some outward movement, gets him to swing and miss for the first out of the bottom of the first. Cooper Vest now to the plate. Riley Egloff from right outside of Denver, Colorado. Grew up in Littleton. Has had 12 strikeouts in those 14 innings of work against the Coast. But he has given up 2 home runs, including 1 the previous time that he faced off against the Coast. That was on June 25th at Yuba-Sutter. First pitch misses inside to Cooper Vest. Vest had 3 hits last series, 2 of which were extra base hits that amounted to 5 RBI. Next pitch misses outside, slips out of the hands of Egloff. Egloff wearing some bright orange cleats, like webbed feet, though they aren't the Ducks.
About a half hour away from here.
Next pitch misses outside again, slips out of the hands of Egloff, and Vest finds himself in a 3-0 count. Aragon throws the baseball away, knowing that there was something on it, a scuff mark or what have you, that Egloff was not able to get a proper grip on. Egloff has a lot of pitches in his arsenal. 6, as a matter of fact. There's a called strike on the fastball at the knees on the 3-0 count, now a hitter's count. Curveball, sinker, 4-seam, slider, cutter, changeup. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 punch combo for Egloff. This one on a line drive down the right field line goes foul. From a 3-0 now to a 3-2. Middle infield hoping for a ground ball to get themselves out of the first. No score here in the bottom of the first. A hit apiece for the Coast and the Freebirds. There goes Eddie Pelk towards second. It's going to be a moot point as Cooper Vest takes first on the base on balls. Egloff worked his way back, but just couldn't get the finishing touch there for out number 2. Now a runner in scoring position for the Coast, and Matthew Bardowell to the plate. Bardowell had a nice weekend, including last Friday getting his second grand slam of the season in that comeback attempt. He had 6 RBI last series, 4 of which obviously coming from that grand slam. He takes the first pitch on a fastball low and outside. A 1-0 count. Cuba Bass in the on-deck circle, who now is tied for the team lead for home runs, getting his 13th just this past weekend. Next pitch spiked in the dirt. A nice play there by Aragon to prevent that from getting to the backstop. Now a 2-0 count. Aragon and Egloff, teammates now 2 years in a row. Last year, both with the Grand Junction Jackalopes, both in their home state of Colorado. Diego Aragon from just about 45 minutes north of Riley Egloff in Fort Collins, Colorado. Here's the 2-0. Big swing and a miss. Fastball high. Bardowell went chasing on that one. Now a 2-1 count. A lot of Colorado products on Frank Gonzalez's roster. Makes sense. He is from Fort Collins, Colorado as well. This one on a line drive straight to Nunez. Has no play at second. And the throw to first is spiked in the dirt. Gets away from Kirchner, allowing Eddie Pelk to advance to second. Only 1 out is recorded on the E4. That error on the throw still does result in an out, however. 2 outs and runners at the corners for Cuba Bass. I mean, Isaac Nunez did everything right there, minus the throw in the dirt. He checked the runner at second and then just fired a lazy throw to first. First pitch, swing and a miss for Cuba Bass. On the off speed, the changeup there. 0-1 count now. 0-1, a fastball right on the edge of the plate there. Cuba Bass is unsure about that one. He's talking with Dale Gardner, who's behind home plate, the crew chief tonight. Calls for time. Doesn't call for the challenge, however. Just stalls things here. Heath Jones, the umpire at first base, and Jordan Shepard at third, working behind the mound right now as we speak. Here's the 0-2. This is inside on that cutter there. Righty on lefty matchup. Two outs. Devin Dixon, the shortstop, working up the middle. Cuba takes pitch high for ball 2. And, you know, we have to mention, since it is Miami night, place that is quite close to Miami is Cuba. However, Cuba Bass, his hometown of Fruita, Colorado, is very far away from Miami or Cuba. There is a pitch that misses low and inside, and Egloff and just about everybody defensively was getting ready to head off the mound, but it was in fact inside on that 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Now a full count. Vest will be off on the pitch. There he goes. As the next pitch is fouled just over the third base awning. Just brushed that top of the net here at Blair Field, where Shadows cover most of the infield, the exception of second base. Kirchner working in front of first base, not holding on Cooper Vest. He goes again. This one slowly hit on the ground. Nunez comes over to his right and makes the play at first. Leaving two stranded for the Coast. It's still no score heading into the second here on Home Team Network. No score in the first. We'll send it to the second here. Jack Martin back on the mound. Last couple of half innings have started with a leadoff hit from the leadoff men, Isaac Nunez and Eddie Pelk, but they were both left stranded, two stranded for the Coast as they leave one at third base. And now Jack Martin is going to have to carry the weight on his shoulders heading into this second inning against Josh Phillips. The first pitch fouled to the top of the net on the first base side behind home plate. For strike one, the right fielder tonight, who we did not see last time at Blair Field. He's one of the new additions for Frank Gonzalez, holding the team-issued teal bat. Next pitch takes outside on the sinker there. 1-1 count. Another off speed. This time it finds the zone right at the knees and outside to the righty. A 1-2 count. Slider misses outside. Slider's kind of hit or miss, trying to work away from one of the three righties in this lineup. Jackson Mayo and Diego Aragon, two lefties behind the leadoff man, Phillips. There's a swing and a miss. That's a pitch that works. Hard fastball at 90, right at the knees. He swung on top of it, and there's the second strikeout for Martin on the night.
We've seen Jack go back and forth on what he does in two strike counts. Either he attacks or he'll dip out of the zone like that. And he's struggled more when trying to get batters to chase, but the break on his curve looks like it's occurring really late on its trip home, which is a good sign for him.
Now Jackson Mayo takes the first pitch inside for ball one. Jackson Mayo has been one of the other better batters and defensive players additionally for Frank Gonzalez's roster heading into the month of July. Takes the next pitch inside for ball two.
Additionally, he's pretty good on a sandwich.
I do like good mayonnaise on my sandwich. And actually, that's a conversation I had on the 4th of July. As this next pitch misses low and inside. It's a 3-0 count as it falls to the backstop. Of what is your favorite mayonnaise? Everybody's got a preference.
Favorite mayonnaise?
Yes.
There's more than one?
Brand of mayonnaise, yes.
Oh, gosh. Joey, I'm the wrong person to ask.
You got to be a real sandwich connoisseur like me to have an answer to this.
My answer is I like mayonnaise.
Okay. Do you have a favorite type of mayonnaise, though? So the next pitch hits on a strike outside the outside corner. Next pitch misses high, though, and it's going to be a walk, the first free base issued by Jack Martin. Base runner aboard with 1 out. I am partial to Hellman's. I've always been kind of loyal to Hellman's. I've been trying Duke's mayonnaise recently on my sandwiches.
I usually go for whatever is the store brand, and that's usually good enough for me.
I feel like they have different tastes, though. Definitely different consistencies. As the first pitch misses inside to Diego Aragon, who shows bunt but pulls back. 5 for 7 last series, played only in 2 games. Went 3 for 3 on Saturday.
What's the mayonnaise they use at Jersey Mike's? I like their mayonnaise.
I think it's Hellman's.
All right, and that's it.
There's a swing and a miss. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. It also might be their own brand of mayonnaise. I know Jimmy John's uses Hellman's. I've been liking the avocado oil one, too, but that's a little pricey. There's a throw over to check on Mayo. Slides back in head first, being held on by Cooper Vest.
You ever try mayonnaise on a hot dog?
Yes, I actually have.
That's pretty good. Seattle style dog is good.
But that's not Seattle style.
No. I'm transitioning to the cream cheese one.
I see. There's a swing and a miss. Nice late movement there by Martin, moving away from the left-handed hitter Aragon. Now 1-2 count.
It spurred my thought. Of course, the regulator dog is my favorite.
Fantastic.
The cream cheese on the dog. I am a big cream cheese guy. My college roommates would ridicule me for the number of things I would throw cream cheese onto. Never fails. It was good.
1-2 misses high and outside. Now evens up the count on that fastball. I discovered Seattle dogs at a Rockies game. There's a hot dog supplier that's also a restaurant in downtown Denver called Biker Jim's. If you're in Denver, go to Biker Jim's. Fantastic place. They don't sponsor me. This one popped up in the air towards left field. Eddie Pelk under it. He loses his hat in the process, but makes the grab for out number 2. But they have a fantastic bacon-wrapped hot dog where they have like a caulking gun of cream cheese that they splurt onto the hot dog, all beef, by the way, and then caramelized onions that are cooked in pure Coke syrup, like Coca-Cola syrup, for that sweetness. It is fantastic. I know it sounds indulgent, but you just have to try it. It's fantastic. First pitch is a swing and a miss to Devin Dixon, who was definitely looking fastball there, but gets the changeup instead. It's an 0-1 count, 2 outs, and a runner at first. No score here in the top of the second. Next pitch, a fastball on the outside part of the zone. Devin Dixon looking back at Dale Gardner. Has to step out of the box for a quick second. Falls behind 0-2, the shortstop for the Freebirds. His first start since Friday where he went 1 for 3. Next pitch, similar spot, but just outside for a 1-2 count. Tried to hook him there for the fastball outside. Martin finds a sign he likes from Pappas and delivers the 1-2. This one in the air towards right center. Corona has to come over a ways from his left side and makes the grab on the run for out number 3. One more stranded for the Freebirds. As we send it to the bottom of the second, still 0-0. We'll be right back on Home Team Network. Bottom of the second, Emilio Corona to kick things off. Bottom of the lineup due up, Emilio Corona, Dylan Lena, Johnny Pappas, Anthony Mata, all righties to face the righty on the mound. Riley Egloff, no score here. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook here on this Tuesday night. 7-7 is the date. Sevens are often a lucky number. There's a swing and a miss for strike one to Emilio Corona. And speaking of numbers to pay attention to, the magic number for the Long Beach Coast is 2 currently. As there's a fastball in there for strike 2 that Corona spits on. So essentially what that means is a combination of third place losses and or Coast wins that equate to 2 mean that the Coast could be the first team to clinch the 2026 Pioneer League playoffs in the first half. Next pitch misses outside for ball 1. Right now we're going to take a look at the Glacier Range Riders score. They're playing in, is it Kalispell?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I got that one right. This one right up the middle, and Corona gets it through for a leadoff single, just like in the bottom of the first, a runner aboard for the Coast. His 8th hit in the past 4 days. Dylan Lena now to the plate. Right now, the Ogden Raptors, who are visiting the Range Riders, are up 9-5 in the bottom of the 4th. This game for the Glacier Range Riders was, I believe, the starter on the mound for them was Ricky Tibbett, who is a former Long Beach Coast member. And how ironic would it be for Ricky Tibbett? I mean, he's not in the game anymore, to gift a potential clincher for Long Beach, his former team. A check swing. He does go around. Dylan Lena now behind 0-1. But we'll be updating you that score throughout the night, as a win from the Coast could potentially mean they're celebrating here at Blair Field on this Tuesday night. This one right up the middle and falls in front of Phillips in center field. 2 straight singles for the Coast, straight up the middle. Now runners at first and second for Johnny Pappas. Johnny Pappas, I'd say one of his highlights, his primary highlight from last series, was not at the plate, but on the mound. If you'll believe it or not, he has had a couple of pitches, pitching appearances on the mound, usually in situations that are not dire. For Percival, he kind of just throws somebody out to save some arms. Pappas shows bunt, pulls back, but it's in there on a curved ball for strike 1. He threw a perfect inning on 9 pitches, got everybody to fly out in order. That led to an almost comeback from a 10-run deficit, a push bunt to first, and there's no play. Nobody covering first. Everybody's safe. Nunez and Egloff were confused as to who was going to cover first. Kirchner was the one to field it. And the snafu allows everybody aboard to load up the bases for Anthony Mata.
And I got to say, that's on Isaac Nunez there. Conventional wisdom is that whenever there's a bunt, you, the second baseman, have to cover first base. The shortstop can cover the keystone base at second. So that should have been an out. But also, fantastic hit and run where Emilio Corona and Dylan Lena both got expert jumps on that pitch there. And Pappas laid down a really very perfect bunt parallel to the first baseline with a little bit of force under it to cause that confusion.
Gets away any way possible, and now Anthony Mata will try and cash in the first run of the game. No score here, but nobody out. Prime opportunity for the Coast after that mound visit, not by the manager, but rather the infield just convening around Riley Egloff. There's a called strike 1 to the shortstop for the Coast, who went 2 for 4 on Sunday. Next pitch fouled into the first base net, quickly 0-2. That broke a 4-game hitless streak for Mata as he's trying to trend upwards. Mata has 2 home runs on the season, but has not had one leave the yard since May 26th. No grand slams to this point. And this one plunks him. It's not going to matter. He's going to get an RBI in the process. The go-ahead hit by pitch gets the Coast on the board 1-0. The merry-go-round starts and could potentially continue with Eddie Pelk, the top of the lineup, coming up to the plate here.
And patience has been the name of the game for Pelk this season, but I have to imagine with a pitcher who's been a little wild, who served up some meatballs in this inning, he is going to be attacking early in this at-bat if he sees anything in the strike zone.
Riley Egloff, that was only his third hit by pitch that he's issued this season. The first pitch misses outside to Eddie Pelk, who got that leadoff single in the bottom of the first but was left stranded at third. Now he has the opportunity to do the opposite. Still nobody out. A 1-0 game for the Coast. Next pitch misses outside as well on that changeup. 2-0 count. Egloff working from the full. This one fouled off third base side, off the handle of Pelk. Had he squared that one up, that would have been quite a moment.
Well, for Egloff, I like the bite on his fastball there. He worked it inside to Pelk to run up on the hands and maybe back him off.
2-0, swung over a breaking ball that fell off the plate. Pelk calls for time to readjust himself. On a now 2-2 count. This could be a big out for Egloff if he can get the on-base king for the Long Beach Coast off base. Misses low on yet another breaking ball. Now a full count. Egloff rocks back and fires. This one in the air behind home plate. I was waiting for the sound to fall, but it falls somewhere. Gravity would indicate that it fell somewhere, unless we're working in space conditions.
Well, given that we didn't hear a car alarm, I think it fell somewhere harmlessly.
That's good. Seventh pitch of the at-bat. This one on the ground to Nunez, who will initiate a double play to Dixon on to first in time for out number 2, but a run scores. No RBI for Pelk. Now a runner at third. That's Johnny Pappas. A 2-0 score for the Coast. Patrick Roche to the plate. Egloff can limit the damage that has already ensued here. Probably the best case scenario that scores a run for the Coast for Egloff. That could have just happened there on the 4-6-3 double play. There's a called strike on the 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Low and inside, but in the zone to the righty Roche, who struck out his first time facing Egloff, the only strikeout that Egloff has on the night. 0-1 off the plate at 94. Starting to bring the velo in here. I've seen him hit up to 95, 96 on a good day. But right now he's ranging around 92 to 94 on that four seam. Next pitch cuts outside on a missed slider. 2-1. First time Roche has been ahead of the count this afternoon. That 2-1 softly hit on the ground to Dixon. He should have plenty of time to get it to first in time there for out number 3. Runner stranded at third, but 2 come across for the Coast, who strike first. It's 2-0 here heading into the third on Home Team Network. Into the third frame we go. Jack Martin now has the lead, 2-0 Coast. Couple come across thanks to leadoff back-to-back-to-back singles off of Riley Egloff, loading up the bases, and two of them coming across. First pitch to Cam Uran, misses inside, the only batsman of the initial 18 that has yet to have a plate appearance. Takes the next pitch outside. It's a 2-0 count. Cam Uran this past weekend went 0 for 8. Only played in those weekend games, or started in those weekend games. Next pitch misses high and outside. A 3-0 count. Product of Denver, Colorado, and Metro State in Denver, Colorado. There's a called strike. Martin just took a little bit off his fastball there at 86, just to make sure it went over the plate. Now the hitter's count. This one popped up and fouled behind us. From a 3-0 now to a 3-2. Martin's been starting to pick up the pace a little bit, and we've seen in his first 2 innings. Trying to work through these frames pretty quick. It's his first time on the mound in about a week. The next pitch is fouled to the left side and over the net. Was in Modesto last week, or rather the week prior. We are in the second week of July technically. I guess the first full week of July. Semantics. Anyways, the next pitch misses low for ball 4. Second walk issued by Martin tonight. Back to the top of the lineup we go. Now Martin has allowed the first batter faced aboard 2 of his 3 innings of work. But all have been left stranded. Isaac Nunez was the first. Shows bunt, but pulls back. It's ball 1 on a guy I didn't get much of a chance to tell you about because he got a single on the second pitch into left field, just past the 5-6 hole on the left side. Now this one driven a long ways, but long ways foul to the left side, his pull side. Definitely seen some great deep shots from Nunez. I think he broke his bat on that one. He's going to have to exchange it for a new one. Christian Castaneda gives him the new bat of lumber. I'm pretty sure he traveled down with some of his bats that he took from his time starting off the season in the Frontier League. He has had quite the journey in his first 2 professional seasons. This one on the ground, a bunt. Lena comes in, and he's got no play for the speedy Nunez. Everybody's safe. It's going to be an infield single there, just like Pappas's. So we're seeing the small ball game here already. 2 aboard, and a runner in scoring position for the Freebirds, who trail 2-0 to the Coast here in the top of the 3rd. Jordan Donahue now to the plate. Teal gloves to match his teal jersey. Teal accents on his white cleats. He shows bunt, and this one cuts inside and hits him. He has to dance out of the way, and it looked painful the way he had to jump out of it. That one hit on his front foot, and he's starting to limp now. His right foot there. Now the athletic trainer comes out. First couple men out to check on him was the guy in the on-deck circle, Zach Chamizo, and Christian Castaneda. Frank Gonzalez lurking in the background as they make sure Donahue's okay. He is walking around on his own weight, which is good. It is going to load up the bases, however, with no outs. Kind of a mirror image of what we just saw in the last half inning. He's going to tough it out. Now Zach Chamizo to the plate. Fantastic opportunity with the tying run in scoring position There's also a mound visit. Jerome Williams checking in on his battery. Has a couple words for Martin and Pappas before they get rolling into the meat of this Freebirds lineup. 2 free bases given up here in the top of the third by Jack Martin. Zach Chamizo flew out to left field after a mighty battle. His first time facing Martin in the first. Takes the first pitch for ball 1.
Another one of those would do wonders for the Freebirds. It would get them on the board and might even move the second run to scoring position at third.
It was in total a 9-pitch battle. Now the second pitch in this at-bat fouled back to the backstop. 1-1 count.
These have been long innings for Martin out of the gate as well. He's already up to 13 pitches in this one after a 19-toss second and a 21-pitch first inning.
The even 1-1 count, just a little low and inside. Tried to get the zone there, but missed off the plate by just an inch or two. Loses the count. 2-1 now for Martin from the full. There's a swing and a miss, and a great one for Martin, who gives him a changeup with some sinking action to even up the count at 2 apiece. Here's that 2-2. On the ground and fouled up the first baseline. Just past, I believe that's Gary Davenport, one of the assistant coaches for Frank Gonzalez's crew. Robbie Bales on the other side, the hitting coach. Runners all around the bags for the lefty Chamizo. Swing and a miss. I think that might have come off his bat, actually. Johnny Pappas facing the ramifications of it. Didn't hear a sound immediately, but that was, in fact, a foul ball, which does make it now 6 pitches into this at-bat. 15 pitches Martin has had to issue to this stubborn lefty. Now the 16th. This one fouled to the top of the third base net. It's caught by the on-deck circle member at hand, Andrew Kirchner. Nice play there by him. Two once more, again fouled into home plate. And I sound like a broken record here. It's still 2-2. 8 pitches into this at-bat. Next one will tie his prior at-bat. Here's that pitch, a swing and a miss. Definitely missed the bat that time as he went chasing. And there is strikeout number 3 on the night for Martin. Gets out number 1 of this inning, but still not out of the weeds yet. Andrew Kirchner to the plate. Not a guy you want to see in this scenario. As we've mentioned, did a lot of damage in Marysville. Now, given Bryant Field is a hitter-friendly ballpark, I will say Blair Field is quite hitter-friendly, as this one is fouled. Or maybe it was missed. It was a swing and a miss, and I think it went right into Pappas. It was a foul ball, okay. But still, strike 1.
Foul tipped, and then it ricocheted off of Johnny's mitt.
Just not hearing any solid contact sounds here of these. Next pitch misses outside on the changeup. 1-1 count. Kirchner steps out of the box for a second. He was one of the 3 strikeout victims for Martin on the night thus far. There's a wave and a miss on the changeup. The changeup kind of acts a little bit as his curveball a little bit. Moves off the table. Kind of has some arm side run, too. I think it's one of his better pitches. It's a 1-2 count now with 1 out. This one on the ground, softly hit towards Martin. Throws it on the run to second, then on to first. Not in time, a run scores. The double play initiated is just going to be a fielder's choice and an RBI for Kirchner.
Still impressive work by Jack to get that ball running off the mound. It's always an uncertain step for the pitcher after your landing point because you're still running down the hill. And it was a slow throw to second, which probably allowed the runner to reach first. But I like that he took his time with it because we see pitchers all the time rush that throw and deal it into center field.
Now the righty Josh Phillips takes the first pitch in there for strike one. For Kirchner, that is his 13th RBI in now the past 4 games against these Long Beach Coast. Runners at the corners. Kirchner bluffs off of first. So there's another called strike on the 90-mile-per-hour fastball. 0-2 is the count on Josh Phillips, the right fielder. Struck out to start the top of the second. And he's going to strike out to end the top of the third. A big swing and a miss. Josh Phillips goes fishing, and that is 4 strikeouts on the night for Martin, who gives up a run but maintains the lead. Heading into the bottom of the third, it's 2-1 Coast. We'll be right back on Home Team Network. Offense starting to pick up on both sides. The Coast lead 2-1 in this Battle of the Birds. The 2 mascots for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds and the Long Beach Coast, both the avian variety. Derek the Parrot, we just saw in the middle inning game that we had here at Blair Field. The first pitch to Cooper Vest from Riley Egloff misses low for ball 1. I think that's a good name for this in-state rivalry, Battle of the Birds. There's a called strike.
I definitely like it. There are a couple battles of I-5 in this league, so you got to come up with something else.
You got to differentiate.
The avian attack.
Well, the Roadsters have a fox as their mascot, I believe. I don't know the name of that mascot. Next pitch fouled back into the screen. It's a 1-2 count on Cooper Vest.
Not sure offhand, but for the Freebirds transitioning from the High Wheelers last year, it's easier to have a mascot of an animal as opposed to a bike.
Next pitch misses outside. Slips out of the hands of Egloff. He's had a couple of instances of that tonight. Just a little bit more humid as we head into July here. We are by the coast after all. There's a swing and a miss. Riley Egloff gets Cooper Vest to chase. A nice hard sinker for out number 1. That's his second strikeout of the evening. Brings up Matthew Bardowell with nobody on and one out. Last inning, or last 2 half innings, there were bases loaded for both teams with nobody out. Yet only 3 runs in total came of it. First pitch to Bardwell is fouled to the first base side of the home plate net. It's a 0-1 count. Tried the fastball there, and now he's going to try a fastball again. Same location, and same location of that foul ball. It's an 0-2 count. Egloff just dealing the heaters right now. Starts with his toes facing the on-deck circle of the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds before going into the full. This time he misses with the off-speed, trying to get Bardwell to chase. To no avail. It's a 1-2 count. Next pitch, a little cutter inside. Evens up the count at 2 apiece as Bardwell spits on it. Even 2-2 and a beautiful breaking ball. Back-to-back Ks for Riley Egloff. Both on a 2-2 count, might I add. Both fooled by the off-speed.
Well, it's been impressive to see Egloff rebound. He allows 4 straight base runners to lead off the second inning, but since then, 4 outs, none of them leaving the infield. His control has really been shored up since he hit Anthony Mata.
He did have 6 strikeouts on the coast the last time we saw him here at Blair Field. Cuba Bass now takes the first pitch for ball 1. He ended the bottom of the first on a ground ball to the second baseman, the new second baseman for the Freebirds, Isaac Nunez. This time he takes a fastball at the knees for strike 1. One popped up and over the home plate net. Now Egloff just a pitch away from throwing a clean inning here. Neither Jack Martin nor Riley Egloff has gotten through a frame without allowing a base runner aboard. From the full, here's the 1-2. This one popped up in the air towards left center. Uran coming over to his left. Backpedals, makes the grab, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Egloff, the shutdown inning. Still a deficit, however, for the Freebirds, 2-1, heading into the middle 3 where Jesse Cook will take you through those frames. Be right back here on Home Team Network.
Rolling back to it at Blair Field for the top of the 4th inning. The Long Beach Coast leading at home 2-1 over the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, who come to the plate now with Jackson Mayo, Diego Aragon, and Devin Dixon due up against the right-hander Jack Martin. Jesse Cook with you on the mic. Joining me is team reporter Nina Corral. Martin winds into the left-handed batter. First pitch, breaking ball for a strike at the knees, 0-1 count. Jackson Mayo walked last time up. Nina, we were talking about mayonnaise last time he was at the plate. I know that's a sore spot for you. No condiments in your repertoire. You don't like any of them?
I'm not a fan of condiments. I am a strong believer that if it is good, it doesn't need anything else.
Mayo flies that one to left, and Eddie Pelk is right there for the out. Didn't need anything else there to make that catch. Diego Aragon coming up here. He also went to the left field last time up for a fly out. So, looking around the menu of the Trademark Brewing snack shop below us, was there anything that maybe didn't have as many condiments as anything else that really piqued your interest?
A plain cheeseburger because I am a child when it comes to my food palate.
First pitch misses inside and low to Aragon. Can't go wrong with a plain cheeseburger.
How about you, Jesse?
Oh, the bratwurst is good. Next pitch spiraled foul to the left side, 1-1 count. That's the easiest thing for me. Get the bratwurst and the mustard. If you can add some onions, maybe some sauerkraut, then we're really in business.
Nice.
But I guess no mustard for you.
No mustard for me.
What about hot sauce?
Depends. If it's like hot wings, anything else now.
Okay, I can get with that. Diego Aragon may have broken his bat. He searches for a new piece of lumber. Coming back up here. So far today, Yuba-Sutter has pieced together just a couple hits. Coast, on the other hand, doubling that. Doing the same in the scoring department. 2-1 lead there, 4-2 in the hit department. Aragon batting on the left side. Martin, the right-hander, twists on in. Here he is. Misses high and outside for a 2-1 count. Aragon played a couple NAIA seasons at LSU Shreveport. Comes from a sport family as well. Next pitch, curveball, rather slider for a strike on the outer half. His dad played baseball at Colorado State. But Aragon was part of sort of a legendary LSU Shreveport team that won the national championship. 2-2, fouled off to the left side and out of play. That was at the NAIA level, but they went, I believe, undefeated, which is just unbelievable.
Reminds me of Indiana for the football season last season.
Oh, yeah. 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses inside and low for ball 3. You know, I was in the airport while that game was ending, Indiana, Miami. I was coming back to Utah from Florida, and my plane was boarding, so I was craning my neck out of the hallway. He fouls off another one to the left side and out of play.
There's nothing I love more than the sound of a glove popping.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been hearing it quite a bit with Jack Martin tonight.
Yeah, he is dealing. Martin's already recorded 3 strikeouts. 4 strikeouts, rather. Here he goes. This one swung on and driven to straightaway center field right at Emilio Corona, who makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning. 2-1 Long Beach. How'd that sound in Emilio Corona's mitt?
Beautiful. If we could hear it from here, I'm just sure. Sounds crisp.
Really stretching to try and hear that noise.
For sure, especially with these headphones on right now.
Devin Dixon makes his way to the plate here, and last time up he did what we just saw, flied out to center. First pitch to him, lands for a strike, low and away. The slider tracking in there. Martin throws a combination of a 4-seam fastball, sinker, changeup, slider. He kicks home. Copy and paste, but that one misses outside and low. 1-1 count. Black glove at the chest, infield. Playing back. High leg kick. Swinging a broken bat, pop up to short. That lands in front of Anthony Mata, who gloves and rocks to first. Got him! 1-2-3, go the Freebirds. Anthony Mata turning the quick transfer there for out number 3. 2-1 Coast as we move on to the bottom of the 4th inning here on the Home Team Network. Back at it in Long Beach for the bottom of the fourth inning. 2-1, the Coast lead the Freebirds, and the LBC is coming up to the plate. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. Leading off for Long Beach, it's Emilio Corona, followed by Dylan Lena and Johnny Pappas, 6, 7, and 8. Again to the right-hander, Riley Egloff. Twists into motion. First pitch, a curveball that drops 12-6 at the knees for a strike. 0-1 count. Egloff wearing bright orange cleats. We talked about those earlier, but they are neon. They strike very well against the brown dirt. Next pitch lands downstairs for a 1-1 count to Corona, who pushed himself aboard with a rocket single last time up.
I think I have a highlighter here that's the exact color of his cleats.
1-1, bounced out to second, ranging over. Nunez throws to first on the run and gets him. Isaac Nunez may not have highlighter cleats, but that's a highlight play there, tracking behind second base for out number 1.
And these are just standard plays for Nunez that I recall from calling his games last year in Grand Junction. He is just a whole highlight reel in the middle infield. A fantastic fielder.
Well, someone who's been a highlight reel of late is Dylan Lena coming up here. 5 for his last 10. The right-handed bat who played his college ball at this field. First pitch, he swings and pops this one up. First base side and foul. Kirchner underneath, and he makes a one-handed catch. Lena retired on one pitch there. 4 tosses here in the bottom of the fourth inning for Egloff, and it's still 2-1 Coast, now with 2 away and the base is empty. Johnny Pappas reached on an expert bunt last time up. He had runners on first and second and caught the defense in a lapse. First pitch, fastball misses low and outside. Laid the bunt down parallel to the first base line, and that pitch has been challenged by catcher Diego Aragon for Yuba-Sutter. We're waiting for the signal from public address announcer August McAdoo on whether or not that pitch is a strike. And according to the ABS TrackMan system, it looks as if that will be overturned. So it's a successful challenge for Yuba-Sutter to make it an 0-1 count. Home plate umpire Dale Gardner, the crew chief, craned his neck to listen up for the official decision there. Joined by Heath Jones at first and Jordan Shepard, the third base umpire. 0-1 to Pappas. He swings and laces that one to short. On the ground, Dixon has it. Crow hops to first and gets him. Copy and paste. The High Wheelers go down 1-2-3 in the top of the fourth. So do the Coast in the bottom half. We move on to the fifth inning. 9-1-2 for the visitors coming up in Cam Uran, Isaac Nunez, and Jordan Donahue, with Coast Baseball leading 2-1 on the Home Team Network. Still a low-scoring ball game here in the LBC. 2-1, the Coast lead the Yuba-Sutter High Wheelers as we move along into the top of the fifth inning. Jesse Cook with you on the mic, Joey Miller to my right, and Jack Martin still out there. working against the bottom of the Yuba-Sutter order. Righty-lefty affair with Cam Uran at the dish, followed by Isaac Nunez and Jordan Donahue. First pitch out of the windup, a fastball that misses downstairs to the 9-hitter. 1-0 count. Checking in on the other game that Coast fans must be paying attention to. Next pitch flared out left field. Eddie Pelk waiting in front of the track. He makes the catch, one away. The Long Beach Coast have a magic number of 2 to make the playoffs, and part of that depends on the Glacier Range Riders. They're in 3rd place, and if they lose, the Coast need to win tonight to clinch a playoff spot. And they have let the Ogden Raptors, or rather the Ogden Raptors have let them back into the game. It was a 9-5 lead for the Raptors, but now it's all tied up at 9-9. So if Glacier wins today, then the Coast still need to win a couple games this week to clinch that playoff spot. Top of the order, Isaac Nunez at the plate. We are playing the Cook quiz today, and I'm thinking about soccer. First pitch, Nunez takes a hefty cut, but bicycles over that one. Of course, our friends from Mexico watched a bicycle kick go off an English player's face in that exciting win. But I'm thinking about what happened today, this morning for the West Coast. This pitch popped up behind second base, rather closer to first, but it's the second baseman Patrick Roche ranging over for the catch. 2 away, bases empty, top of the 5th inning. I better spit this one out. Argentina went down 2-0, and in the 78th minute began its comeback. So that has me wondering, what is the largest deficit ever overcome in the MLB postseason with 2 outs in the 9th inning or in extras? That is today's Cook quiz, and the answer has happened a number of times. First pitch to the lefty, Jordan Donahue. He bends back as the fastball misses by the hands for a 1-0 count. We watched Lionel Messi and Argentina do it against Egypt earlier today. So when in baseball has it happened? Next pitch misses downstairs and away. It's a 2-0 count. And Joey, I know we think of postseason comebacks, but not all of them go down to the last out like that. 2-0, floats in at the belt for a strike. I know David Freese against the Rangers, that was down to the final strike, but was it a 1-run game or was it a 2-run game when that rally began? Next pitch, rock deep to right field. That might tie this one up. Bardowell watching. That ball is gone. Jordan Donahue evens the score at 2-2 with 2 away in the top of the 5th inning. Solo shot to right field.
With all the times that the Freebirds have had runners aboard, I think Jack Martin is just thanking his lucky stars that this was one of the rare cases where he didn't have runners aboard. It's still 2 outs, and he can still escape this inning with a tie game.
That is the 7th home run he's surrendered this season. Back-to-back outings allowing a dinger. First pitch to the lefty, Zach Chamizo, lands for a strike on the 78-mile-per-hour changeup. And you're right. You limit the damage. That is the least painful type of home run to give up. Next pitch misses high and outside. Plus, he can look forward to the top of the order and his offense coming up. You start out with Anthony Mata at the bottom of the order, but then it's Eddie Pelk and Patrick Roche. High leg kick. Swinging another high fly ball deep to right field. This one hanging up. Bardowell feeling for the fence. He's there, and that's over his head. Gone. Back-to-back home runs have the Freebirds ahead 3-2. Both of them with 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
Spoke too soon there, Jesse.
Well, still Martin has a healthy support system waiting for him in the bottom of the 5th inning. Anthony Mata might be the 9-hitter, but he's definitely more in a secondary leadoff role. Mata batting .308 on the season. Eddie Pelk has reached base in every game the Coast have ever played, and Patrick Roche is coming off of a very productive week as well. Now it's the lefty Andrew Kirchner. Next pitch, the first one to him, a fastball that misses high and outside. Just wrapping up about Patrick Roche, he ended up with 3 hits against Yuba-Sutter over the weekend. Martin winds and fires. Fastball bounces, 2-0 count. No longer a statuesque bullpen. There is some action out there for the Coast in the right field Jared Weaver bullpen. 2-0. Swing and a high fly ball right center field. Emilio Corona chasing this one, and he peels off early. That nearly hits the light tower. Back to back to back. Kirchner goes yard. Right after Chamizo, right after Donahue, and it's 4-2 Yuba-Sutter. All of this done with 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
That is Kirchner's 4th home run against the Coast in the past 4 games. He went yard twice on Sunday. Absolutely phenomenal start for Kirchner to make an impression in front of Frank Gonzalez.
First pitch to the right-handed bat of Josh Phillips. Slider for a strike, low and away. Kirchner tore up this team, and there are a few bugaboos like that for the Coast. We know Jeter Ibarra with the Ballers. Next pitch foul to the backstop. As you might recall from last week, Ibarra tied up the game on Tuesday with a 2-out 9th-inning home run, and he helped push the Coast to dire straits in the top of the 9th of the Wednesday game, although the Coast hung on there. 0-2 pitch. He swings and misses, and the score remains 4-2 Freebirds after the top half of the 5th inning. 3 home runs for Yuba-Sutter, all in sequence. We move on to Anthony Mata, Eddie Pelk, and Patrick Roche coming up for the Coast. We'll get the answer to the Cook Quiz on the other side of a break on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the 5th inning coming your way, and the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds are ahead thanks to back-to-back-to-back home runs in the top half of this frame. 4-2 the visitors lead. Coast at the plate. Leading off, it's the 9-hitter Anthony Mata, righty-righty affair with Riley Egloff. First pitch, he swings and fences that one into right field on the ground for a leadoff knock. The Freebirds send 3 punches in the top of the 5th inning, but the Coast ain't done yet.
And that ends a streak of 9 straight retired for Egloff. Mata starting something here.
He brought home the game's first run, and all he had to do was stand there as the victim of a hit by pitch. Now it's time for the top of the order, and Eddie Pelk, who extended his on-base streak to 43 games. The Coast have only played 43 games all time. Righty pitching to lefty. First pitch, there goes Mata for second. Hit and run, bounced out to second. Underneath, the sliding Nunez into right field. Off to third base is Mata, and he holds up there on the hit from Pelk. Long Beach jumping out there early with runners on the corners and nobody out in the bottom of the 5th inning. 4-2 Yuba-Sutter still your score. The hit and run executed to perfection, Joey.
Yeah, and for Isaac Nunez, that was a great attempt there, but just a bad hop and not much you can do about it there. The blame goes the way of Egloff rather than Nunez.
Well, Nunez started towards second with the Mata steal, and then as he drifted back for the ground ball, he had no reaction time. Patrick Roche 0 for 2 stands in on the right side. Tying run on first. The first pitch out of the stretch sails up high. The Blair field crowd giving Roche some support with nobody out. Low leg kick. Curveball lands for a strike on the outer half. 80 degrees at first pitch. Not a hint of wind underneath this blue sky, fading off to pink beyond center field with the tops of the California magnolia trees beyond center field illuminated, the field in shadow. 1-1. He cuts, rocks that one to short, leaping to make the catch is Dixon, and he hangs on. A Superman dive up the middle. Devin Dixon saves a run. One away, men still on the corners after that highlight reel grab. Cooper Vest digging in now, still down a pair. Oh my goodness, Devin Dixon.
And after 105 off the bat, that's got to feel brutal for Patrick Roche. He was hoping to get something there, and not much for him, and I think this is going to be it for Egloff.
Well, here comes manager Frank Gonzalez to chat with Egloff. We're staring down at the left field Steve Traxel bullpen. There is action, but nobody headed for the door just yet, so it looks like Egloff will remain on the bump for the moment. And the gift he gets in staying out there is Cooper Vest, who today is 0 for 1. Over the weekend went 3 for 13, but he piled on 3 RBIs, including a home run on Friday. All of those games, the Coast scored upwards of 10 runs. That was up in Marysville against this same Freebirds team. The Coast looking for a chance to clinch the playoffs today in the first half standings. First pitch to Vest. Misses high and outside on the 79-mile-per-hour changeup. It's a 1-0 count. We keep checking in with the Glacier Range Riders score against the Ogden Raptors because Glacier being in third place. If they lose and the Coast win, that gives the Coast a playoff spot after today's game. 1-0, Vest swings and pops this one up. Hanging around home plate, drifting out towards the mound. The shortstop Dixon back on it. He misses it. It's under his glove. Racing home from third, Mata. Pelk heads for second, and it's 4-3 Yuba-Sutter. Vest gifted a base on the error at short as Dixon, who just made that unbelievable leaping catch parallel to the ground, misses one in his breadbasket.
And I think the more impressive thing there is that everybody's safe. Nobody was covering second base. Isaac Nunez was also just watching that one out of the sky. A big miscue for those middle infielders.
Here's Matthew Bardwell batting on the right side and tracking back to the Glacier Ogden score. It's tied up at 9-9 in the 8th inning. Highlight kick. Curveball called a strike low and away. There's 6 games to go in the first half, including tonight's contest. And if Glacier loses 2 games, the Coast are in the postseason picture. The Coast win 2. Same deal. 1-1. Bardwell swings and dribbles that one foul to the third base side. Barehanded by hitting coach and third base head man, Troy Gloss. 0-2 count for Bardwell. He was a problem for Yuba-Sutter over the weekend, going 6 for 14, although today muted so far with an 0 for 2 line. 4-3 Yuba-Sutter. Runners on first and second. 1 away. Bottom of the 5th inning. Egloff sways his orange neon cleats, and Bardwell fouls off that pitch over the back netting to keep the count at 0-2. That Glacier Ogden game is a head scratcher. It's gone back and forth. I think we've seen 2 lead changes, but Ogden at one point held a 9-5 lead.
A lot of offense to happen out in Montana. Higher altitude.
1-2 pitch, swing and a dribbler off the plate. So Bardwell again fends off Egloff's advances to keep himself alive in this count. A packed Tuesday night crowd kicking off the last week of the first half, last homestand of the first half for the Coast. 0-2 again. Check swing and the curveball mixes with the chalk. So it's a 1-2 count for Bardwell. Catcher Diego Aragon dropping to a knee for that one to keep an eye on the base runners. Eddie Pelk on second, Cooper Vest on first. Anthony Mata already having scored this inning to cut the gap to a 1-run ball game. Coast trailing 1 away, bottom 5. Egloff's 1-2. Bardwell swings and tears this one up the middle into center field. There's the wave at third. Pelk holds up as Gloss changes signals, so the bases are loaded with one away in the bottom of the fifth inning for Cuba Bess. Coast trailing by a run. Matthew Bardwell drops down into an 0-2 hole, keeps himself alive, fouling off a pair of pitches, and punches that one back up the runway. Jackson Mayo in center field tracked to that ball very quickly. And Joey, I was watching him during the pregame batting practice, shagging fly balls out there, and he has an absolute cannon. Cuba Bess flied out to left field last time up. He grounded to second in the first as well. Righty pitches to lefty. Hefty swing and miss, chasing the fastball high and away. It's an 0-1 count. Bess over the weekend also gave Yuba-Sutter some trouble. He nabbed a home run, 3 last week as a whole. Next pitch, fended off to shallow left field. That lands for a knock in front of Cam Uran. Pelk chases home from third, and he scores to tie the game. Everybody else had station to station. Bag still juiced. Bottom of the fifth, one away. Cuba Bess going to the opposite field with that pitch, and it's time for Emilio Corona, who's 1 for 2 in this ball game, and he has been a pest for opposing pitchers this season. Corona tied with Cuba Bess for the team lead in home runs at 13. Righty-righty affair. Corona digging in at the back of the righty box. First pitch, he swings hesitantly over the curveball there. 0-1 count. The windup, another foul ball there. Corona with strike 2. It's an 0-2 count. Crowd jumping into it here for Corona. Next pitch lands in the dirt of the left-handed batter's box for a 1-2 count. Corona, who turned 24 back on June 6th. Playing in his second Pioneer League season. Last year, a Great Falls Voyager with Cooper Vest, who's waiting over on third base. 1-2. He cuts and misses. Diego Aragon gripping that one just above the dirt there for the second out of this inning. It's tied up at 4-4 in the bottom of the fifth for the right-handed hitting Dylan Lena, product of CSULB, this ballpark, Long Beach State Dirtbags. He has a chance to grant Long Beach the lead with the bases loaded and 2 away in the bottom of the fifth. Vest, who boarded on that Devin Dixon error at short, he dances 4 steps off the bag. First pitch, Lena takes a big cut but misses underneath the curve. He is the 8th batter of this inning. 0-1 count for Lena, who joined the team on short notice. Last week, he came over here for a workout and was signed an hour later. Next pitch, he flares that one to shallow right field. Vest scores, then that gives Long Beach the lead. Bardwell behind him, relay to the infield, cutoff at first, and it's a 5-4. 6-4 Long Beach advantage with 2 away in the bottom of the fifth inning and runners on first and second. Dylan Lena hammering that one through. Dirtbags fans got a pretty greedy taste of that this college season. And now he knocks Riley Egloff out of the game as here comes manager Frank Gonzalez to relieve his starting pitcher. The Coast, who started up 2-0, let the lead slip. And a bang on top of the fifth for Yuba-Sutter with back-to-back-to-back home runs. But Long Beach responds well to that punch in the mouth by firing right back and taking the 6-4 lead. We'll be back with Coast Baseball and the new pitcher for Yuba-Sutter on the Home Team Network. New pitcher in the game for Yuba-Sutter and a new lead for the Coast ahead 6-4 in the bottom of the fifth inning. Runners on first and second for the right-handed hitting Johnny Pappas, ninth batter of this inning. Sean Weiss, first pitch, fended off to the right side and foul by Pappas. Walks in 1 for 2 with that bunt single back in the second inning that helped spur the 2-run frame that gave Long Beach its initial lead. Weiss, the left-hander, relieving Riley Egloff after 4 2/3 innings. During this frame alone, Egloff allowed 5 hits. That makes 9 on the game for the right-hander. Now it's the southpaw. Low leg kick. Pappas swings and misses behind the heater. It's an 0-2 count. The second-year Pioneer Leaguer Weiss, who played in Ogden last year, walks in with a .576 earned run average. Glove at the belt. Here he goes. Pappas swings and cuts this one over the right side stands. 0-2 count for the Long Beach catcher. Johnny of late batting .400 against Yuba-Sutter in the weekend series. He went 3 for 9, so correction, just a hair under .400 at 4 for 11 now. Next pitch, he swings and taps that one towards the left-handed batter's box, rather towards the left side on deck circle. 0-2 count. Weiss, a former teammate of Coast outfielder Jalen Edmonds, who's inactive for tonight's game, but we might see him later at Arizona Christian University. Next pitch misses downstairs for Pappas. Count moves to 1-2. The Chino Hills native at the plate, signed with Long Beach a month ago today, June 7th. Now July 7th, the 1-2. Watches a breaker in the dirt. Weiss enjoyed a rather extended college career, starting off at George Fox University up in Oregon, NCAA D3 school. Spent a year at University of Hawaii and then 2 at Arizona Christian. Next pitch, again fouled off to the right side by Pappas and out of play. 3 2-strike foul balls for JP. Checking out the Glacier Ogden game. Bottom of the 7th inning. Glacier has the bases loaded, tied up at 9-9. Out of the stretch, Pappas watches the bender dance towards his socks for a full count. Just a reminder about that Glacier Ogden game. It has hefty implications for the Coast. If Glacier loses and the Coast win, welcome to the playoffs. If Glacier loses twice, same deal. If Long Beach wins twice as well. 3-2, bounced foul to the left side. So Johnny Pappas is now about to face the 10th pitch of this at-bat. If he reaches base, it'll be the first time at home that Long Beach sends at least 10 batters to the plate in an inning. Riley Egloff dealt with the first 8. Sean Weiss on a marathon here. His 10th pitch, runners go, swung on, chopped to third, grabbed on the backhand by Donahue. Crow hops to first in time. Pappas in a 10-pitch battle rounds out there, but the Coast score 4 runs on 5 hits off of Egloff to take the 6-4 lead. We move on to the top of the 6th inning, and we'll get 5, 6, and rather 6, 7, and 8 for Yuba-Sutter when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Rolling out the arm barn for the top of the 6th inning. Jake Dixon now on the bump, replacing the starter Jack Martin. He deals 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs allowed, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and is currently in line for the win if the Coast lead holds at 6-4, where it is right now. Lefty-lefty affair. The Yuba-Sutter batter Jackson Mayo is 0 for 1. First pitch lands downstairs and away for ball 1 on the slider from Dixon. Jake Dixon pitched twice over the weekend against Yuba-Sutter and allowed runs both times out on Friday and Saturday, going a combined 2 1/3 innings, 3 runs. Next pitch misses downstairs and away. 2-0 count. Long Beach clinging to this lead because if the Glacier Range Riders lose tonight and the Coast win, it's playoff time. Next pitch, a sinker at the knees for a strike. We've been talking about that magic number for the last couple weeks. It's down to 2. Glacier is in 3rd. This is the beginning of the last week of the regular season, so it's coming to that time for the first half standings. 2-1, swung on and tapped to the back netting, 2-2 count. Glacier currently sits 5 games back of Long Beach, so if the Coast win, the Range Riders lose. That's a 6-game advantage for the Coast with 5 contests left in the first half, meaning that no matter what, Long Beach is bound for the postseason after the second half wraps up. 2-2, sidearms inside for strike 3 on the sinker. Jake Dixon walks in and strikes out his first batter. The left-hander out of Clovis, California. Jumping on it early against Diego Aragon now, also digging in on the left side. We're still playing the Cook Quiz with the World Cup ongoing. Argentina pulling off the massive 2-goal comeback today against Egypt. We're thinking about comebacks in baseball. Next pitch dribbled out behind the mound, charging from second. Roche, gloves at the ankle, sidearms to first on the money. So, with 2 away, Joey, now I'm wondering, what is the largest comeback in MLB postseason history when there were 2 outs in the 9th inning or extras?
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
I don't know. But I will say my TV typically turns towards football in October, considering that I am a Rockies fan. We don't really see the playoffs that much. In terms of late rallies, you did mention the David Freese one in 2011. I would say the Rangers had a pretty good comeback in one of those World Series.
First pitch to the righty, Devin Dixon slides in for a strike.
My memory is kind of foggy with the early 2010s, but I do recall a fantastic game that I saw. I believe it was Rangers-Giants. That would have been 2010.
0-1, misses high and outside. And I'm just looking for a number here. What number? Because it's happened a bunch. It's happened 13 times that this deficit has been erased in the MLB postseason. It's the largest one. It might be a shocker. 1-1. Dribbled up to the mound, and Dixon stabs it. He charges to first for the underhand for the out. I guess we'll get the answer in the bottom of the 6th inning. But the Coast lead 6-4, coming back to the plate with 9-1 to do up in Mata, Pelk, and Roche on the other side with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the 6th inning coming your way from Blair Field underneath the cornflower blue sky as day rolls into night underneath the LEDs. The Coast lighting it up in the last frame with 4 runs to take a 6-4 lead over Yuba-Sutter. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. The lefty Sean Wade steals the first pitch to the right-handed Anthony Mata and misses for ball 1 in the left-handed batter's box on the 75-mile-per-hour curveball there. We were talking about the World Cup earlier, and Argentina's comeback today against Egypt. Out of the windup, next pitch to Mata bounces, making it a 2-0 count. A 2-goal come-from-behind victory for Messi and Argentina starting in the 78th minute. We were wondering about the biggest comebacks in MLB postseason history, and it's happened 13 times that down to the final out in the 9th inning or in extras, a team has erased a 2-run deficit to win the game. Next pitch, called a strike at the knees, 2-1 count. And isn't it shocking, Joey, that that's the biggest deficit ever erased to that point in the game? 2 runs. 2-1. Swing and a rope to first base off the diving mitt of Kirchner. He recovers, throws to Weiss covering the bag, and he's too late. Anthony Mata speeding his way aboard on an infield hit. He already tracked first to third on a hit and run in the 5th inning, and here he uses those wheels to burn Yuba-Sutter, the former High Wheelers, changing their name to Freebirds before this season.
A lot of these guys have been high-wheeling it up the first base line. Johnny Pappas, we saw another bunt single. I believe that was Nunez.
Isaac Nunez for Yuba-Sutter, yes.
Yes. So.
But Johnny Pappas's infield bunt single ended up setting up the 2-run frame that gave the Coast the initial lead. Lefty-lefty affair with Eddie Pelk. First pitch misses low and outside for ball 1. Now, Joey, I wanted to talk about these postseason comebacks because the voice for one of these electric games was Buck Canal on the Spanish radio, and he is the only native to Argentina to ever call the World Series. He was on the mic in 1977, one of his last years calling baseball games on Spanish radio, as the Dodgers played the Phillies and overcame a 2-run deficit down to the last out. Next pitch punched foul to the backstop. It's a 1-1 count for Eddie Pelk. So I figured with Argentina getting the job done in soccer earlier today, we'd talk about an Argentine legend. He ended up calling Brooklyn Dodgers games in the 50s on a Spanish radio station in New York City, and then he pivoted to Mets and Yankees before being the Spanish voice of the World Series. Next pitch misses low and outside. It's a 2-1 count. So Messi and Argentina erase a 2-goal deficit against Egypt earlier today. Dodgers did so against the Phillies in 1977 in the playoffs. Next pitch, a curveball that lands for a strike at the knees. It's a 2-2 count for Eddie Pelk. Nobody's been able to erase Pelk this season, including today. He's reached base in every game. We cannot stop talking about his 43 contest on base streak. Out of the stretch, he swings and cuts that one foul to the left side. Of those comebacks down to the final out in the 9th inning or extras, 5 of them occurred in the World Series. Runner goes for second. Next pitch misses low and outside, and there's no throw. Anthony Mata swiping the Keystone base. Count moves to full for Pelk. Anthony Mata churns dirt for his infield single and does it again to creep up to second. Next pitch to Pelk. He knocks that one the opposite way. Gloved at third by Donahue. On a dive, throws to first and gets him just by a half a step. Mata stays put where he is at second. Now there's one away in the bottom of the 6th inning. Coast ahead by 2 for Patrick Roche, who is still searching for his first hit, and he got oh so close last time up. Devin Dixon, before committing a crucial error that helped Long Beach to the lead, put himself on the watch list for the SportsCenter Top 10, diving airborne behind second base to rob Roche of a laser beam single. Weiss settles in. Kicks low. Mata chases for third. Pitch misses in the dirt. Throw to the hot corner, and Mata is safe. Anthony Mata back-to-back batters, back-to-back steals. Ends up being his 15th there in as many attempts. The Spring Valley, California native, moving his way to third. Infield now, creeps to the grass. The pitch, a curveball for a strike at the knees to Patrick Roche. A populated Tuesday night crowd giving Roche his encouragement here as he waved the two-piece tan and black-handled bat over his shoulder. Next pitch at the hands. 2-1 count. Roche 3 for his last 16. The Massachusetts native could definitely use a break here after Dixon robbed him last time. Low leg kick. High and inside, it hits him. Well, he asked for a break, and that one broke inside and high. That's the second time a Long Beach batter has been struck by the pitch. There are men on the corners for the baseball magnet, Cooper Vest, who has been hit more than anyone else in the league, 17 times.
Tied for 6th of all time in a solo season, and the first half isn't even over yet.
We know about Eddie Pelk and his chase for the walks record. Pelk with 63 free passes this season. Puts him 23 shy of Evan Scavato, I believe, for the Pioneer League record. Well, Cooper Vest, like you said, chasing that mark on his own. Lefty deals to lefty. Bends with the fastball at the thighs for strike one. Vest also kept out of the hit column to this point in the game. He walked in the first, struck out in the third, and reached on that error at short last time up. He popped out in the infield grass. Next pitch, he swings, cracks that to first, diving on it. Kirshner throws to second for one. The turn to first. Weiss is off the bag, and Vest is aboard. The run scores. Mata tracking home from third to make it 7-4 Coast as Vest narrowly escapes at first base. And there are two away in the bottom of the 6th inning. Kirchner pouncing on that bouncer. And Mata's stolen bases proving very effective for the Coast. If he doesn't make his way up to third, he might be tossed out on a double play on the Pelk ground out. Definitely doesn't score on the Cooper Vest grounder there. Here's Matthew Bardowell. He singled last time up to left field. Out of the stretch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Blanketed by the smell of bratwurst and burgers floating up from the Trademark Brewing refreshment area beneath us. The crowd gets into it. 1-0, swinging a pop fly to the right side, out of play. Night drifting on here in Long Beach. Now gray up above, casting the LEDs even brighter above the outfield wall. About 75 degrees without wind. Out of the stretch. Fastball shoelace high. It's a 2-1 count for Bardowell. In the right field bar area, the string lights on top, giving it a Christmas in July feel. Feels like those Corona commercials around Christmas. Throw over to first, and Vest is back in standing. You know, the ones where it's just a palm tree on an island and then the Christmas lights light up.
Like you're on the beaches of Miami or Long Beach.
That's
Could
right.
be either.
It is Miami or Long Beach night at the ballpark. 2-1 pitch. Bardowell checks his swing but holds up as the curveball misses over the ankles. 3-1 count. We broke out the Hawaiian shirts today. And the reasoning behind this promotion is that a lot of movies and TV shows that take place in Miami are filmed in Long Beach. 3-1. Fouled off to the backstop. 3-2 count. Joey, I think we have a check-in on that Glacier-Ogden game.
Yeah, it's the bottom of the 8th, and Glacier is taking another lead. It's 10-9 in the bottom of the 8th. Still going, nobody out. Runners at first and second. And there's a pitching change for Ogden, Caden Knipe.
Full count for Bardowell, 2 away. Vest running with the pitch from first. There he goes, and that fouled to the backstop. Full count. We have to keep talking about it, but The magic number for the Coast is 2 to clinch a playoff spot in the first half standings. If the Coast win 2 of the games in this last week of the first half, they make it. If the Range Riders lose twice, the Coast are in. And if there's a 1-1 deal, Coast are in again. 3-2. Bardwell watches the backdoor curve fall for strike 3. 7-4 Coast. Anthony Mata uses his speed to elevate Long Beach to this 3-run lead. We move on to the top of the 7th inning. 9-1-2 coming up for the visitors in Uran, Nunez, and Donahue. And Joey Miller will take you the rest of the way on the play-by-play with Coast Baseball returning on the Home Team Network.
Final 3 innings to go, and night has fallen on this Tuesday night here in Long Beach, California. I'm Joey Miller. Alongside me, Jesse Cook. It's going to be the 9 spot, and then the top part of the lineup for the Freebirds, who now trail 7-4, giving up 5 runs to their 3 in the past 2 innings. Jake Dixon back on the mound. He fires a strike, a called one, to Cam Uran. It's an 0-1 count. So for 1 today, flew out to left field back in the 5th. Also walked, came around to score the first run of the game for the Freebirds. As he fouls this one just past the hitting coach, Robbie Bales, on the third base side. It's 0-2. 0 for 9 against the Long Beach Coast. In their now 4 consecutive games played. 3 just in Marysville this past weekend. Next pitch misses low. Those games were called by our good friends Todd Cunin, Bob Fischetti, and Aiden Fischetti, the grandson of Bob. So big shout out to those guys out there. Always a blast listening to your broadcasts. Hope you're tuned in. 1-2, sails outside on the slider, evens up the count at 2 apiece. 7-4 Coast, and I'm still nervously flipping back between web pages right now. The Glacier Range Riders just got a sac fly. They're ahead by 2. It's 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th with 1 out. And if you're a Coast fan, you don't want the Range Riders to win tonight. Next pitch misses low. It's a 3-2 count to Cam Uran. Dixon comes set right around the stomach. High leg kick and fires inside. It's going to be a leadoff walk. Cam Uran's 2nd free base of the day, and only the 3rd walk issued up until this point. It's going to be the top of the lineup, Isaac Nunez, to try and carry this on with this 3-run deficit. Freebirds have half the amount of hits as the Coast right now. Isaac Nunez is responsible for 2 of the 5 Yuba-Sutter has on the night. First pitch fouled, and spiraled towards A.J. Crapo just in front of the Long Beach Coast dugout. A.J. Crapo, formerly of the coaching staff of the other dugout back when they were a different moniker last year. It's an 0-1 count. Vest holding on Uran at first with a conservative lead. Next pitch fouled to the first base side over the net. It's an 0-2 count. Isaac Nunez's last single was a soft one. He legged out an infield single. Sent the drag side. I believe it was a bunt. Dixon holds for a second. Now here's the 0-2. A swing and a foul tip into the glove of Pappas for strike 3. Dixon, that's his second strikeout on the day. That is 7 strikeouts to the Freebirds offense.
I really like the confidence with which Jake is pitching because he got hit around a little bit by Yuba-Sutter over the weekend, and it takes guts to go out there and attack. But 5 batters in, only one of them has made it to a 3-ball count, and that is the runner on first base, Uran.
Another lefty to the plate here. The next 3 will be lefties. Jordan Donahue takes a pitch at the knees. Donahue doesn't like the call, but he's going to shake his head and continue on. Just low and outside to the lefty. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup for the next 3 battles. The 0-1 to Donahue, right on the outside black at 87 miles per hour on that straight fastball. Finding a zone that Jordan Donahue doesn't necessarily want to take the lumber off of his shoulders for, but certainly finding the zone. A couple of great pitches to start off this at-bat. Dixon takes a breath. Here's the 0-2. This one the other way, just over the head of Lena into left field for a base hit. Nunez is going to try and leg it out from first to third. He gets there. Now the throw back to second. Kicks out of the glove of Roche, and now here comes Nunez, who makes it all the way around the bases. Sorry, that was Uran who made it all the way around the bases for the 5th run of the game. It is 7-5 Freebirds.
And Joey, I'm wondering if we have to give an error out there for Lena or Roche covering the base.
It's got to be Lena, I would assume, because that was a fairly good throw that just popped out of the glove of Roche there. So the first error of the night gives up a run. It's going to be a single and an error. A single going to Donahue. Now a runner at second. This one on a line drive into center field. Corona comes over to his left. Quickly gets it into his cutoff Mata to keep Donahue at second. Zach Chamizo retired on the first pitch there for out number 2. Pretty straight cut line drive, but had a lot of hang time. Corona, a speedy center fielder, got there and with plenty of time. Now Andrew Kirchner to the plate, but Troy Percival is going to have a meeting here. Oh, it's actually going to be a pinch hitter. Carlson is the batter at hand. Another new guy for the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds, Kyle Carlson specifically. Kyle Carlson out of Marietta, Georgia from Piedmont University. Heading into his 6th game played. He is 11 for 22. His first 22 professional at-bats.
I'd call that pretty good.
It's surprising that this is the part of the lineup that Gonzalez wants to take Kirchner out of. This one softly dribbled over to Lena at third, and a quick fire across the diamond for out number 3. So the decision does not pay off in Gonzalez's favor. The runner is left stranded, but run comes across unearned on the E5. Heading into stretch time, it is 7-5 Coast. We'll be right back on Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast on YouTube. New arm on the mound for Frank Gonzalez. Freebirds get one back in the top of the 7th. It's 7-5 Coast. And a familiar face on the mound, but we recall him in a different jersey, Rain Pfeiffer, making his first appearance in a Yuba-Sutter Freebirds uniform, formerly of the Modesto Roadsters. Saw him out here a couple of times in mid-June. He's going to face off against Cuba Bess, who gets him to swing and miss on the first pitch fastball at 93. Just out of stretch time here. The next pitch misses inside at an even faster 94. Getting Bess to dance off the plate. The new righty on the mound holds and now fires the 1-1. This one on the ground and fouled up the first base line. Cuba Bess staying vigilant. Trying to get some contact here and get some more very needed insurance runs. A 2-run ball game, especially between these two teams after what we saw this weekend. A lot of 10-run games for both teams is necessary. Now this one driven a deep ways the other direction into the trees just beyond the left field foul pole. Bess has yet to see a pitch he does not like. We're also looking ahead to the 9th inning here for the Range Riders. There are now 2 aboard with nobody out. The tying run is aboard for the Raptors. There is a called strike 3 for Cuba Bess. Pfeiffer starts off his outing strong. And right now, Coast fans, you're rooting for the men in blue right now, or blue camo in Ogden. Because should they win this ball game, should they come back in this 9th inning and the Coast hold on to this lead, we'll be celebrating in just a couple of innings. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. The task at hand is still to win, and Emilio Corona is going to try and continue this here into these final 3 frames. Takes the first pitch outside on an off speed for a 1-0 count. Next pitch cuts up and in, and oh, down goes Corona. That hits him on the hand. He is holding on to it for dear life. Crowd is booing. Not sure if that was intentional. I doubt it was. Troy Gloss was running over to quickly check on him. Now the athletic trainer and Troy Percival out, walking him up the first baseline.
The athletic trainer, Corinne Halley, made a beeline out there. She and Steve Tubner really are very quick to their players. They are on the top step of the dugout from first pitch to last.
Well, he appears to be okay for the time being. There is a base runner aboard with 1 out for Dylan Lena. Dylan Lena, 2 for 3 this afternoon, including a 2 RBI single his last time at the plate. That led to that 4-run rally, getting the Coast their current lead of 2. Dylan Lena, since coming to the Coast, there's only 1 game that he has not gotten a hit in. There goes the runner towards second as the pitch misses outside. No tag applied. It's going to be a stolen base for Corona. So though the hand might be sore, the legs sure aren't for Emilio Corona. That is his 18th stolen base on the season. Gets himself into scoring position, and a 1-0 count now for Dylan Lena. Pfeiffer fires this one right back to him, gloved and then thrown back to second for the great double play that ends the inning. Stuck up his glove, he caught the ball. Happy birthday, there goes the inning. 7-5 still heading into the 8th. Coast on top. You're listening to Home Team Network and Long Beach Coast on YouTube. Last 2 innings, the Coast still on top, and a new pitcher on the mound, Ryan Fawkes, who fires the first pitch well inside to Josh Phillips to kick things off here in the top of the 8th. Rain Pfeiffer faced the minimum in the bottom of the 7th after a great double play that he ended himself on a line drive right back into his glove. Next pitch fouled over into the first base bleachers. 1-1 count now on Phillips, who is just a strikeout away from the not so coveted Golden Sombrero. 3 Ks on the night thus far. There's a swing and a miss, and 1 pitch away from that aforementioned anti-highlight.
One of the superlatives that you hope to avoid.
Next pitch misses low. It's not going to be there. Ties his longest count to this point. His longest count was a 5-pitch strikeout back in the 2nd from starter Jack Martin, who went the first 5. This one on the ground, and it's misplayed by Lena. It's going to be an error on him, his 2nd of the night. That gets the first batter aboard. Jackson Mayo is going to follow him, representing the tying run here. Mayo on the night. He was the first to face off against Jake Dixon in those middle innings, where he struck out on the backwards K. The only backwards K of the night thus far. Fawkes holds and now fires the first pitch to the lefty Mayo in there on a fastball at 89 for strike 1.
By the way, things are getting exciting in the Glacier-Ogden game. Ogden down to the final out has the tying run on 3rd and the go-ahead runner on 1st.
Going to be double play-by-play duties here because I know Home Team Network doesn't necessarily allow a split screen. It will be your audio split screen here. There's a swing and a miss. And now Mayo is behind 0-2. He's 0 for 2 on the night. With a walk back in the 2nd, he was left stranded. Next pitch in the dirt. Mayo stays patient and doesn't go fishing there. Phillips being held on at first by Vest. He goes towards 2nd on the hit and run. Next pitch popped up in shallow left field, and it's caught by Lena. He redeems himself. And some exciting news, folks. The game is now tied in Kalispell, Montana.
On a wild pitch, down to the last strike. How about that?
So this could potentially go to a knockout round, or Ogden can get the go-ahead right now with still some work to be done in the bottom of the 9th. There's a righty up right now for Ogden. We're watching the live stream here. But let's also watch the game that's in front of us that we get paid to watch. Diego Aragon fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Aragon's 0 for 3 on the night after going 5 for 7 this past weekend. Taps his bat into home plate. Still a runner at first and 1 out. Infield shifted over towards the side of the lefty. There goes the runner Phillips towards 2nd again as the pitch misses in the dirt. The throw is off by Pappas. A successful stolen base for Josh Phillips, getting himself into scoring position. For Phillips, that is his 5th stolen base on the season. Also a 1-1 count on Aragon. Colorado native holds his bat out in front of him. Time is called by the catcher Pappas. Fawkes comes set at the belt, looks back at Phillips at 2nd before firing the 1-1, getting Aragon to swing on top of and foul back. A fastball at 90 for strike 2. Right into the glove of Pappas. Pappas and Aragon know each other from two different teams last year. Pappas with the Chuckers, Aragon with the Jackalopes. Both the same managers. There's a swing and a miss. Aragon is retired for the second out. And the first strikeout for Fox. Gets out number 2 here. Right now it's on the bullpen to hold the line for the Coast. Trying to get that magic number down to 0. And I believe the top of the 9th is done for the Raptors Range Riders game. It is still knotted up at 11, so if the Raptors want to win it, it's going to be on the knockout round. First pitch fouled off to the right side by Devin Dixon for strike 1 with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Fox taking his time. The pitch clock down to 1 before he fires the next pitch low and away on a fastball at 91 and a 1-1 count. Middle infielders are drawn back to the edge of the outfield grass, as is Cooper Vest. Next pitch, late sinking action, but a straight fastball there over the plate for strike 2. Now Fox can evade trouble after starting off this inning with an E5. Here's the 1-2, missing low and outside to even up the count. Fourth game of 6 straight between these two ball clubs. So far, the Freebirds have 2 of the initial 3 as the curveball misses low. And the count runs full. Fox gets a sign from Pappas, setting up inside. Here's the full count. This one, a high bouncer towards Lino Fields, right around his chest. It can't be picked by Vest, and it's going to be another E5 that scores the initial base runner. It is 7-6. No RBI there for Devin Dixon, who got as close as you could get to getting out of the inning unscathed. But now Dylan Lina has 3 errors on the night. Tough night for the rookie, as it's a 1-run ball game. Cam Uran now flies the first pitch out to shallow left. Eddie Pelk charging in, calling off Mata. He'll make the grab for out number 3. But 1 unearned run across the plate on 2 errors. Send it to the bottom of the 8th and see if the Coast can help out their bullpen on the offensive side. We'll be right back on Home Team Network and YouTube. Bottom of the 8th, the Freebirds have scored 1 apiece in the 7th and the 8th to get their deficit from 3 now to 1. Both of those runs coming across unearned and all on Dylan Lino, who has had 3 errors in the past 2 frames. Johnny Pappas is going to try and pick it up from here against Rain Pfeiffer, who was on the mound in relief in the bottom of the 7th. Faced the minimum. Pappas, Mata, and then the top of the lineup, Eddie Pelk, due up. The first pitch misses outside on the fastball for ball 1 to Pappas. 1 for 3 on the night, holding his red bat above his shoulders as he takes strike 1. And now he can get competitive with a pitch that he'd like to hit here. Having seen now a couple pitches, that second one an off speed. Breaking ball in the zone there. Froze Pappas, and now he's behind 1-2. It is 7-6, Long Beach Coast. Pfeiffer from the stretch, despite nobody on, gets the edge of the zone there, and Aragon was getting ready to throw it around the horn. It was called a ball by Dale Gardner. It's going to be challenged by Aragon. And it's going to be a failed one at that. Aragon is incorrect. Of the 2 challenges used, they only have 1 successful, so now only 1 more to burn. For a 2-2 count now to Johnny Pappas. Checking back in on the Ogden Raptors Glacier Range Riders game. It is knotted up in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. There's a swing and a miss for Pappas. It's a strikeout to start off this bottom of the 8th for Pfeiffer, his 2nd K in now 4 batters faced. Anthony Mata to the plate. Like I said, bottom of the 9th, the winning run is on first. It's a pinch runner for Glacier. And why we're telling you this, if you haven't tuned in prior, is the Coast are hoping that the Range Riders fall so that if the Coast win, they can celebrate their first ever playoffs clinched this afternoon. But the Ogden Raptors will need to do it in the knockout round and get through this bottom of the 9th in Kalispell, Montana. First pitch misses outside for ball 1 on an off speed to Mata, who's 2 for 2 with a hit by pitch. That hit by pitch resulted in an RBI that started off the Coast scoring. It actually tied up the game. On a bases loaded hit by pitch. Next pitch he takes for strike 1 on another off speed. Pfeiffer, the leg kick and the fire down and low and outside. 2-1 count.
And they're headed to the knockout round in Kalispell.
So we will keep the live stream up as there are no live stat updates on Presto for the knockout round. There's a swing and a miss. And now a 2-2 count for number 2. Obviously some time to kill before the knockout round starts. They have to set everything up in Glacier. Nobody on, 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 8th for the Coast, who lead by 1. Pfeiffer holds. Here's the 2-2. Fastball right on the edge. This time does ring him up, and Aragon can throw it around the horn. Back-to-back Ks for Pfeiffer. Fantastic start for his 2nd inning of work. Back to the top of the lineup, and Eddie Pelk. 2 for 4 tonight. A couple of singles came around to score one of the 4 that got the Coast's current lead in the bottom of the 5th. Crowd chanting Eddie right now. Some dispersed chants here on this pretty nice Tuesday night crowd. Swings on top of a low fastball at 93 for strike 1. Has worked his way into a couple of long counts that have resulted in groundouts in the infield. Next pitch misses well inside, gets Pelk to dance off the plate, cutting into the lefty. It's a righty on lefty matchup here with the 1-1 count. Pfeiffer, the leg kick and the delivery. It's fouled right into the backstop. You heard the thud there. That padded backstop that says Blair Field, or rather, say Bowl Diamond.
Bowl Diamond.
Yes.
That's right, at Blair Field.
We actually just had
Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Yeah, we had Maryland Bowl of Bowl Diamond fame just sitting in front of us. That was the last series against the Ballers. Forgot to mention that. We had royalty in the house here in Long Beach. Now the 1-2 misses high. Pfeiffer still a strike away from swiping a clean inning and a second consecutive shutdown inning. That would lead to some great momentum heading into the 9th. It'll be a save opportunity no matter what, unless the Coast score a couple here. Next pitch misses high and inside. It's a full count. Third on the night for Pelk, but has not resulted in any of the well-known walks for Eddie Pelk. 2 outs. Here's the 3-2. There's a swing and a miss, and Pfeiffer strikes out the side. He is charged, as are the Freebirds heading into the 9th. The Freebirds have 3 more outs and 1 run to tie up the ball game. We'll be right back into this exciting 9th here at Blair Field. Be right back. Tight ball game as we head to the 9th. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook, it's 7-6 Coast, and Zach Volker, the go-to closer for Troy Percival, is on the mound to face the top of the lineup. Starting off with Isaac Nunez, followed by Jordan Donahue and Zach Chamizo. 3 outs away from the season opener victory in this home stand, this 3-game home stand against the Yuba-Sutter Freebirds. The first pitch misses outside for ball 1. Zach Volker in a save situation. He got a save this past weekend, tying for the league lead. We're also keeping a close eye on the Glacier Range Riders Ogden Raptors knockout round, which is going on as we speak. The Raptors just finished their round, and why we're watching it is if the Coast can get a victory here and the Raptors get victorious over the Range Riders in the knockout round, your Coast are going to the playoffs. There is another called strike. It is a 1-2 count on Nunez, who is 2 for 4. His first 2 hits in the first and the third, has been hitless since. A strikeout in his last at bat. Now the next pitch from Volker misses way outside. It's pulled on an 85-mile-per-hour changeup. There's a lefty right now for the Glacier Range Riders in response to a couple of home runs that nondescript righty that we don't know for the Raptors hit a couple in the I'm guessing this is the first round. This one on the ground, Alina comes over to his left, throws to first. Nice pick out of the dirt for Vest for out number 1 to retire the first out of this top of the 9th. Jordan Donahue now with nobody on and 1 out. There's a pop fly there. We don't have any score right now on the Home Team Network stream, so we're going based off of who celebrates. In Kalispell, it's tight in both of our viewpoints right now. There is a called strike 1.
And we've seen a Glacier home run. Maybe just saw a second. No, that falls short.
Good camera work there by whoever's running the Range Riders stream. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Jordan Donahue started a home run chain back in the 5th. That was the biggest damage inning for the Freebirds offense. Back to back to back off of Jack Martin, that is. The rock and the fire from the 0-2. This one tallied off to the Freebirds dugout. Donahue stays alive, the third baseman for Yuba-Sutter. Clock is running out on this lefty for Glacier. Sends one to center field. It's 4:06 to center there, a little deeper of a yard than we have here at Blair Field. Next pitch cuts inside. We're hoping it times out well. So might have been a tie score there. I'm not seeing anybody celebrate right now.
No, of course, we can't really see what's going on the Ogden side as they're blocked.
It's a 1-2 count. This one fouled off the end of the bat there. It's still a 1-2 count. Donahue stays alive. 7-6 Coast. Now the 1-2 once more. Misses in the dirt. Volker falling behind here. We'd really like to see what the final is here at Glacier Bank Park.
They're in commercial.
They have a full commercial, fledged out commercial. This one fouled towards the Coast dugout for the 7th pitch of this at-bat. Next will be the 8th. Glacier Range Riders, Pioneer League team since 2022. Next pitch bends into the zone for strike 3. And Volker is 1 out away from the victory. Not only that, his potential league-leading save.
And potentially the playoffs, depending on what we hear from Kalispell.
I'll admit, not sure who the broadcaster is there this year, but they're coming back from a break here. I think things are wrapped up. Yes, it is final. So let's quickly see if the final has been marked here. It's an 0-1 count now. Next pitch fouled off. It's 0-2.
I have to believe that Ogden won as there was no celebration.
This could be it, folks. Tentatively, the 0-2 is fouled off. Crowd getting into this game unaware. Yes, the Range Riders have lost, so this could do it.
Talk about timing.
Volker, a pitch away. Here's the 0-2, misses outside. And now the heart's really racing. Volker, once again, the 1-2 to Chamizo. A swing and a miss! Long Beach is heading to the playoffs. For the first time in their first season, they are postseason bound. They will be competing for the McCurdy Cup. The magic number is 0, folks. The very first half victors. And I'm sure that message will be relayed very shortly to the men on the field who are probably unaware of how things just panned out in Kalispell. On a strikeout by the go-to closer, the War Pig hero himself, Zach Volker, his 8th save of the season, now leads the Pioneer League. And let's wrap things up here real quick, Jesse, because I want to get down to the field as much as I'm sure you do.
Jack Martin earns the win, his team best 4th of the season. Riley Egloff, his 5th loss, and Zach Volker, league best, 8 saves, and that's saves in back-to-back games for the War Pig.
Just confirming here, yes. What a way, what a tight 2-screen affair that we had in that 9th inning. Had my heart racing, but now, Coast fans, you can take a breath. The playoff logo is on the board here at Blair Field, and we still got another half, and we still got 2 more games to go in this series, but the Long Beach Coast advanced to 33-10. They are the fastest team in the Pioneer League to clinch a first-half berth, officially beating the Ballers of last year, who clinched on July 10th. And now, for now, we will see you tomorrow for the Beach Ball pregame show. 7-6 is the final score. And, Jesse, let's go celebrate.
Yeah, can't wait. This is going to be fun. I've never been a part of a celebration like this, and maybe, just maybe, there's more to come this season.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Now it's time for us to tune out. Your Coast heading to the playoffs, but still 2 games to go. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Signing out. We'll be around. Have a good evening.